Hello, hello. Nerdsoul. Hi. Why is there some sound shown? What did you just hear? What do you hear? Is the question.
Hello, Pgorly.
Hello, Pigorly. You hear me? You hear me? You hear me? You hear me? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I know, sounds good. There is just some weird OBS showing me that there is something when was not talking. Okay, anyway. Hi. Did you see the game that I made with Kast? Let's see the game. Did you not see it? Let me show you. You didn't see it finished? All right, hold on a second. Streamer mode on. There we go. Look at this. We have like UI and we have these buttons which actually work. And we have music and everything, and it's like an actual game. So when is the next game jam, guys? I heard there is a big mode game jam. 2026. Coming out soon, in 2 days. Do we join with Kast? I don't know, actually. The mute button is the most impressive part of the game. I know, right? I mean, I originally wanted to make like the bar here so that we can control the volume, but that was done at the end of the stream. So, hello, Jonah Anderson. Yeah, I think that today my goal, I want to write the text, or like not just write. I guess mostly I just want to update the website. I'm not sure if we. Where did you hack my telnet network? I'm sorry, my bad. Didn't know it was yours. All right, so we're going to update the website. Because it's outdated currently. So the website is this, castlang.org, right? All right, let's see. So first, I think that right now the front page is just like describing the language. I think this should be on its own page, and on the front page we just do maybe some other things. What do we think about this? Do we need to change this? It's described as a first-class programming language. I think it's funny, but I don't know if we should keep it. I don't know what to change it into though, so maybe we just keep it because of that. But if you have suggestions, let me know. What does first-class language mean? It means it's a good language. Well, I mean, usually when you talk about programming language and you talk about first-class things, it just means that you can treat everything as a value. So that's like it's expanded over here, right? Just under this, it treats everything as a value. So like when you say that you're like you have like programming language with first class functions, right? or with first class something else. First class function. It means that like you don't treat them as what does it even mean? This means that the language supports passing functions as arguments to other functions, returning them as values from other functions, and assigning them to variables, storing them in the data structures, right? So there you go. Well, so when we say that our language is a first-class language, it means that we can store the language in a variable and pass it to a function, okay? That's what it means. Yeah, basically, like the idea is to treat as much as possible things with as values. I don't treat like everything yet, but I could add more things. Boom, 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 boom. Right. Let's open the project first. Hello, Penguin operator. Here's the website, and then we need to do. And then we need to do Zola serve, right? Zola serve. Here, before we actually write something, how about we try this? Highlight language cast not found. Can I do the syntax highlighting with this? I'm using Zola as a static website generator. Can I? Zola. Syntax highlighting. If a theme or a language you want to highlight is not supported, you can find the JSON grammar files and the JSON theme files, copy them somewhere in your site, and load from the configuration extra grammars with the themes. And the markdown highlighting section. In any cases, you will need to add the following CSS to your site CSS to for things to display correctly. I guess never mind, because we don't do that. We need like to actually do the grammar file. I thought I would be able to like run a program, because we can do like cast highlight and output HTML with with the cast itself. So if I could just run the binary, that would work. All right, I guess not then. Not yet, at least. Unless... Can I highlight my own language when using Zola with binary that outputs HTML? Well, I mean, oh wait, hold on. Actually, pipe your source through your binary before Zola sees it. Either pre-generate the HTML files or generate highlight snippets and inject them into the markdown. What the hell is a TOML? It's a file format. Like JSON. But it's a TOML.
Eurotoml.
Every programmer and their grandma has created their own file format and markup language. Yeah, what's yours called? Mine is called KSON because it's Kast object notation. Didn't do the markup language yet though, but I think the markup language is going to be like literal Kast. There's a thing. Not literal, or literate thing. So basically the idea is that you invert, like basically you have the source code, but unless you explicitly mark something as source code, it's just going to be text. Otherwise, you can just like run code in the middle. Something. I might need one for CTL. Wait, what? The markup language? Or the file format? Do you call it close to markup? Close to format? Alright, anyway, so I'm serving this thing. Here's the local version of the website. Do I just like move it over here? So that you can like do this on this side. Yes, and it works by closing and reopening the text editor. Okay, yes. So here's my index page. I think that all of this should go into the language overview dedicated page, and maybe we like expand on this a little bit. Well, we need to first like update the existing text so that it makes it's not outdated. Multiple top-level headings. You're confusing. Is this a HTML stream? No, it's a markdown stream. Does this look like HTML to you? No, this is not HTML, right? Why do you have this image here? Why do you have a screenshot of print hello in the world print? Delete. That doesn't belong here. Boom, boom. So I think we just call this overview MD. We move that thing here. Why is there a sort by? Sort by belongs... doesn't belong here, I think. Okay. I still need the index MD. Okay, so this is empty now. Why does this say overview? We do have the cast overview here though, so this is already its own page, what was on the main page before. So on this thing though, so what do we show on the front page? And how fast is my markdown compile time? Well, it says over here 29 seconds, right? 29 milliseconds. 28 milliseconds. 34 milliseconds. This is boring. I'll come another stream. It's not marked down on markup. Okay. Sure. Sure. Why is this overview here? I think this is called overview because this is in so here's my index template, right? So we have footer, hero, block, hero, extends, use templates, index HTML. Yeah, I'm using like a theme here called juice. So this one has index HTML, so this one is the actual thing. So we have block header. And after the header we have main. Hello, bad cop. Speedrun killing the dragon during my Minecraft birthday party. Right. Right. I would do that, but since I was trying to be nice, I did not do that. I know I could do that, but like, why would I? Because that's not very nice, right? Um, video evidence. Video evidence of what? Kofi just imprisoned himself? There is no evidence. What do you mean, imprisoned himself? Why would anyone imprison themselves? Imagine imprisoning yourself. Sounds like someone was doing something. All right. How do I like? Where is this overview coming from? There is literally no overview, right? Div ID features class heading text overview, content text. No, this is actually from the content, but isn't my index MD literally like over here? This one literally doesn't have anything. Hello, Pigorli, right? Hello, Pigorli is here, but then there's like overview, right? Where's the overview coming from? Overview is not here. Can I say like this is not overview? Wait, this is not overview is like right under the overview. Huh? All right, let's do search overview. This is it. It's literally here. It's in the index HTML. In this thing. And I cannot change it. Dum, 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 dum. Intersection observer, guys. Do you know what intersection observer is? I recently discovered that in JavaScript there is the resize observer, and now we can also have the intersection observer. What does this mean even? Historically, detecting visibility of an element or a relative visibility of two elements in relation to each other has been a difficult task, for which solutions have been unreliable and prone to causing the browser and the sites the user is accessing to become sluggish. But the web has matured. The Intersection Observer API allows you to configure a callback that is called when either of these circumstances occur. A target element intersects either the device's viewport or a specified element. That specified element is called a root element. The first time the observer is initially asked to watch. Okay, I see. Scroll handler. Oh, wait. Does this mean by the first entry, which intersects with ratio than more than 0.9 and highlight? This is a table of contents. This is like AABB for divs, I think. So like over here, let me bring back the index HTML, I guess, what was there before, right? Like the full thing. So so over here we have table of contents, which is automatically generated, right? And when we scroll like this, wait, no, that's not the thing. I thought it would like highlight, and that's like how it detects it. Because when we scroll, this thing interacts with the thing, so it would like highlight the current thing and which I am. I thought this is what it's used for. Maybe this code is broken. Maybe I broke it. I don't know. But are you doing big mode, Bad Cop? Game Jam? It started in 2 days. And I can make games with Kast, so I'm thinking, should I do it with Kast? I think the chances of me making a game that is going to go high in the like rankings is low if I do it with Kast. Right? So maybe not. I don't know. Do you want to do it? Do you have Raylib forecast yet? I mean, we can edit. Like the problem might be the performance, though. I mean, I have not hit it on my simple game, but I don't know. Maybe we will. So yeah. Like making something like Raylib is not that difficult. I mean, I basically have a way to draw the squares on the screen, right? That's all you need to make a game. We can like do the audio, and we can like, yeah, we can do things. Have you not seen my game? You just joined. Let me show you again my game. Did you not see the game? Let me show you the game. Like it's an actual game. Like, you know, we can make games. For sure. Look at this. We have full screen button, we have the mute button, we have the score, and we can jump, and we can like collect the stars and go into the enemies and stuff. You're starting your job today, so you might not have time for big mode. See your friends in Kast 20? Yes. Yes. Right, actually, like, I think... Wait, do we have this thing in the other pages, by the way? What about, like, this? No, it's not. I thought it was there, but I guess not. Like, you can literally see that the scroll handler, right? This has entries. Find the first entry which intersects with ratio more than 0.5.9 to highlight, right? Right. So we find the entry, and then we have a table of content. So table of content has the links. So for each of those, we remove the active class. And then you find the actual entry, href decode URI component, hashtag this. Entry target ID. If link class list add active, right? So like it is actually literally what it is supposed to be. And then you scroll the link into the view in case your table of contents is big, I guess, right? Because this one is like scrolled separately. Yeah, this one is like, yeah. I think that's what it's supposed to be, but it's not working. Yeah. Speaking about like the template though, I feel like I kind of want to get rid of it. And potentially like what can we get from a theme? Is the question. Just the templates and the short codes, right? There's issues, config, extra repository URL. So can I just say that theme is not juice? And then we instead just move into the templates. The templates from... How to copy it to the top level like this. Template English HTML is inheriting from like something. Index HTML is inheriting from juice, which does not exist or not loaded. Templates index. I no longer inherit though, right? Maybe I just do it from scratch. Fail to sort the site. Fail to render the content of this. Reason. Found usage of shortcode named compare code, but we do not know about it. Okay, so here is my shortcodes, like the custom ones. We have impulse status and compare code. Let's move this here. Variables. So this is my style changed, I guess. Section HTML was not even there. And index HTML, this one is just extending it and overriding some blocks, I guess, right? Yeah. So we get rid of the footer. Footer. This one is also going to be commented out. Hero. block hero is over here. And sidebar and title. Title. Config title. Well, that's in the config, right? So that should be here. Dun, dun, dun. You opened a PR on Gang Web Audio API? No way. Let's see. Export audio buffer via audio buffer trait. Exposes all spec audio buffer methods via trait audio buffer trait. Implemented for this, and that. I think I was not doing traits for like the other things though. Also, why did you decide to do traits? Like the only public API is the audio buffer itself, right? The platform native and platform web, this is the implementation detail anyway. So this is exposing like basically audio buffer and audio buffer trait, which means that in order to use the method from the trait, you need to actually use the traits to bring it into scope, or you need to do things. But methods like copy from channel have different signatures on WebSys and Web Audio API. Well, yeah, but we don't want, like, that's the implementation detail, right? This should not be part of the public API anyway, right? The platform stuff is not part of the public API. The audio buffer is the only thing that is. So you only, like, however you generalize the method that has different signatures in the public API, and then you forward it to like the platform specific APIs differently, right? Let me see. Like because of that, because like one of the way like yeah, you know, like you need to import this thing, I guess. Yeah, audio node being a trait makes sense because that like is implemented by multiple types. When you have like this only makes sense if this is implemented by multiple types. But like I said, since in the public API this is it is only implemented by a single type, then there is no reason for it. I think the trait is helping keep a single signature for those methods in one place. Wait, what's the difference of the signature even? I expected to see like some associated type here because it would allow for different signatures or something, but there is no such thing. This is just the public API, and I don't see the reason for the trait here at all. Copy from channel. Returns result. JS value. Result JS value. The reason it returns this is because this thing can like the result unit and JS value means that JavaScript can throw exceptions because this is like passed to JavaScript, And I guess we can take a look at the spec here. So, right, web audio API. If you look for copy from channel, does it say, yeah, because this is throwing index size error. One of the input parameters has a value that is outside of the range. This is the reason why it returns a result. That's how we do exceptions. The web audio API just panics there. I think I'm okay with panicking. Like, I think this exception being a panic is fine, in my opinion. Like, it's similar to indexing a vector out of range, right? This is just out of range error. Also, web audio API returns a slice in the buffer, but WebSys always allocates a vec. I mean, I understand that there are differences. It does mean that you need a trait, though. Because the trait... Because, like, once again... From the user's point of view of this library, you don't see these implementation details, and you only see the type with methods which are implemented as trait methods instead of being the methods on the type directly for no reason, because no other type is implementing that trait. And the user is not expected to implement this trait for their own types either, right? So there is literally no reason. Should you make the trait private and expose them through the impl methods? The trait is still needed to keep the single API. The trait is not needed to keep the single API. I mean, it helps guarantee that the API is the same, because otherwise we, I guess, we only we don't check, I guess, that the like we only check that the API is the same when we compile for the specified target, right? Because Rust doesn't compile multiple targets at the same time. But, like, I have not done this for the other parts, and I don't know, I'm not sure if that's needed, but, I mean, sure. Keeping it as a private is okay, I guess. But exposing it to the user, I think, is just making the API, the public API surface bigger and more complex for no reason. Are we making game with Rust? What happened with your language that you were making? Template section HTML loads macros from juice template macros, which isn't present. Import. We just have macros HTML here, I guess. Okay. All right. Nice. It doesn't work. I'm making a programming language in Gang. I'm making a duo. Earlier I was using Web Audio API, but I want to be able to build both native and web. I see. All right. Nice. A duo. I like that. I was thinking of making that myself, but yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, why is... I know why. Because we also need to copy the SAS. Do I need to copy the SAS folder? That didn't work. Alright, the progress is really slow. I might even go into like... I wanted to do a short-ish stream, but I have not done anything in the first 40 minutes. But I am going to work. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. First work, first job, first day at the new job, right? Don't get fired immediately, I guess. Try to survive a day at least. What templating language is this? I'm using Zola website generator. I think this is using... I don't remember what it was called. The Terra template engine. Yes, Terra. Okay, this is an SSG, yeah. Yeah, this is nothing complicated here, but I was using a theme and I'm trying to basically get rid of the theme, so I thought I would just copy the theme's files, and it seems like it lost... Oh, normalized CSS, tabs CSS, not found, okay. Juice CSS. I guess like SAS here, this thing needs to be processed. Do I need something? Theme. Config. Compile SAS true. Maybe that's what I need to do? Well, I mean, this is already there. Automatically compile SAS in the SAS directory, right? We have the SAS directory. And it... I have juice CSS here, so there is like that is compiled. What about the underscore? Yeah, the underscore files are not compiled for some reason, right? And the normalized CSS is the one that I could just copy though. But the underscores... Hello, pending slice. Text, utility, markdown. Oh, because they are supposed to be imported here. I see. What does this compile into when you import? Because there is no like CSS import, or is there? There is not, right? This is supposed to actually yeah, it actually makes sense. So why is it even trying to be loaded then? Maybe. What language is that? Where? This is SCSS, SAS. In addition to CSS, I guess, for styling your web pages. Or which this one over here is TOML. And this is HTML plus some templating, which is Terra. And the language that I'm making is called Kast. Goes up. Hello. What you working on? I'm trying to update the website for my programming language. Network. Style sheet. HTML. Juice CSS _ Who is loading it? Wait, hold on. Juice CSS is not found, actually. Hold on a second. What is it trying to... Oh, it's trying to do like space juice CSS. Wait, what? That makes sense that it's not found. There is no spaces that are supposed to be there. Hold on. Space juice CSS. Look at this. I think it's the format. Oh, wait. It's because of the formatting. I saved the file. I have the format on save. It puts the space here because it thinks that this thing is HTML, but do we have the actual Terra? Is there a thing for the Terra? I have it enabled. Is the formatter just wrong? This just does syntax highlighting. It doesn't do the formatting. So the formatting is still done as if I was formatting the regular HTML. So because I see, because this is like, yeah, this is okay. Did I my CFGs in source lib? I don't think. I don't know. It wasn't there CFGs there already. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, right. Because I was just saying like platform this and that, and now you need to like say like. Actually, why do you even need that? Don't you just say platform audio buffer as audio buffer trait? Do that stuff. All right, so I need to not format. This is also like not highlighted properly. So is my how do I set this up? This is also like really old. No, last update 1 year ago. Dun, 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 dun. Is Zola itself even being like updated still? Should I try to migrate to a different website generator, which is more popular? How much work would that be? I don't know. Probably not too much. I just have some markdown files. No, this one is still being actively developed. Maybe they have something about the let's see, installation. Maybe they want to tell me what is the VS Code extension for like that. No, maybe like if I go to Terra itself, get started. This is just telling me how to use this language, but there's no real thing. This one is still... You're using platform in source lib and platformer as well as using the CFGs. Yeah, I mean, why like, is that not enough for you now for some reason? I think you can still do the same thing, no? Oh my god. I do want to have like the formatting, right? For my HTMLs. One of the solutions here is to disable the formatting. This one is also .terra extension. Hold on, what if I create... Well, I create a new file. Test.terra, right? So this is now shown as something. And if I do this... Okay. Let's try the index HTML there. This is still wrong. Issues. Formatter seems not work with HTML files. So we just want this to not have space, right? This is a Terra file. It still is detected as HTML though, so like they don't have their own thing. It seems. Hello, can I like... Am I live? What's wrong? Is GitHub down? No, it opened. About adding support for HTML syntax highlighting and snippets, the Terra extension was also removed in favor of using HTML. Okay, I see. That's one of the auto formatting features. Since it's no longer needed, people can use HTML formatter that is built in with VS Code and formatting tools such as Prettier. Oh, wait. Hold on. But it's been like detected incorrectly. Am I formatting this with Prettier? Maybe that's the reason, right? Can I like change the formatter for HTML? HTML formatter. Settings, JSON, user, Prettier. No, HTML is being formatted with the HTML language features. Let's ask ChatGPT. I'm using Zola SSG and my VS Code formatted. This by adding space before carbon CSS. Disable formatting for HTML. Use single quotes inside Terra. Or we can do prettier ignore. Alright, so yeah. Just annoying. So, but it says that we can use this. Okay, it actually did help. There's probably some other similar thing. Tabs CSS. Like, where? Where is this? Tabs CSS. This over here, test Terra. I mean, test Terra is the thing that is not needed. Tabs CSS over here. Do singular quotes. Showcase JS. What is showcase JS? No idea. Okay. So everything works now, right? Okay. It took me a little bit longer than it should have, but it's like it works. You missed my message where I'll do it without traits. In that case, method impulse was but different. So yes, CFG is needed in source lib. I mean, sure, yes. Sure, I guess. I don't remember, like anything. I only care about the public API. Anything else, like, do it how you want, I guess. But, or should you define the input methods for the same name in native RS and WebRS separately? I mean, isn't that how it was working already? Right, like that's the reason why the audio context here in the web platform is not the WebSys audio context directly. It's a new type over this, and it's like forwarding the things there, right? That the reason for that is to have the uniform API, right? And like the same reason for like all the other things. So like because you basically create all the methods yourself, you guarantee the things, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's like I'm having like an implicit like the struct is private for which struct? What are you talking about? Hold on. What are you talking about? The audio buffer is not private, right? Audio buffer is here. That's the thing that you're trying to extend. This thing is public. Right? You just add the methods here. Then you make sure that the signature is the same. But yes, the fact that the signature is the same is only checked because it is like used that way from the librs, right? So we just forward everything to the platform specific APIs. But I think that's okay. It's pub to create, but it's not pub to implementers because platform is private. Yes. So what? Like you still like you can expose the methods with the same signatures from the platform specific APIs, and then your librs you just forward without any CFGs here, right? Because you just forward to the platform specific API, which is implementing the API in the same way for the native and the web backends, right? By having the same signature. The yeah, the traits they like help, but I don't know if they actually help, because we like check that things are like adhering to the interface by using the interface here when we are forwarding anyway, right? So I'm not sure if the trait actually like gives any value to code maintainability. Did you notice a little bit of repetition, right? Well, if you do the trait, then there's going to be even more repetition though, not less. But yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe some of this could be like, I don't know, generator or something. I'm not sure. What are you proposing exactly? Maybe it could be done in a different way. For less repetition, just inline the CFG, the implementations directly in the method. I mean, yeah, but I guess like the reason why I was doing it my way is literally for the reason that why you wanted the trait, right? So the backend is like implementing the implicit trait. It's just like it's not even a trait. The backend itself is a module, and we want to like basically what we want, what I would want to have is in Rust the alternative of the module signatures from OCaml, you know, because we basically want to have a trait for the entire module, the platform backend, and it's like fullness needs to implement the interface, but there is no way to do that in Rust. So yeah. You can only do it for specific types. But I mean, at the same time, like technically you could do that. You could like convert the entire module, like instead of having a freestanding function, for example, you have the static associated function. Instead of having a module, you have a like a struct, like a zero size struct, like which purpose is literally just to implement the trait and like yeah, there are ways. Also, I think maybe like I didn't do it that way actually, because we have like generic types inside of the module, and for that to like be implementable through an interface, you need the generic associated types in the traits, which were only stabilized at some point relatively recently, right? But these days though we can do more with like a single trait, I guess. But yeah. Well, it's not a single trait, like, but yeah, you have the trait for the entire module that way. Okay, we have templates. Templates 2 is going to be deleted. Themes is going to be deleted. So we're going to simplify things, and now we can customize the stuff, right? Easily. Let's get rid of this for now. Like, the only change that I want is that I got rid of the theme for now, right? Yes, that's all. Let's also rename this to something. Instead of juice, we'll just call it like theme CSS. The submodule is going to be removed too, right? Can I just like delete the files with the git submodules? Git submodule update. Yes, can I like git submodule remove sync dinit all unregistered git submodule update. Okay, that thing. All right, now this should work. Right, it still works. You can customize the sidebar. Hold on, sidebar. Hold on a second. There's a sidebar. Oh wait, and this is the carbon. Like, yeah, like this theme is was including the ads. Get rid of that stuff. So that's why carbon was there, right? This is for the carbon ads. Can I delete that altogether? I feel like that is not needed. Okay. Wait, config title. Wait, I don't have title. Title. Kast. Programming language. Okay. What about the fav icon? I guess we don't have that either. Here. How do you do the fav icon? You just include it, like over here. Can it be an SVG? I don't think so, right? It must be an echo. SVG to echo. Oh no. This thing breaks for some reason. Let's see here. Can Zola automatically convert SVG to like an echo? So the thing that breaks for some reason for me is when I try to search in this window. Then it just hangs. I don't know why. Makes no sense. I have too many projects. Let's take a look. There you go. Now I have the fav icon. Nice.
Hello Dev 9-inch nails ya.
Hello, Dev 9-inch nails. How are you doing? All right. Are we actually going to get into the stuff that is like this stuff? All right. So I was going to like move this away, right? So we go to index index MD. Content index MD. We rename this to overview MD. We go this to like the learn page, I guess, or something, and we have like the actual index MD. Right, I guess title Kast. Hi. Currently eating this sweet cold sour spaghetti. Oh, that's an actual thing. Oh, I see. Oh, that's yeah, I see what it is. I thought for a second that you were saying that you are like you're working with your sweet spaghetti code or something, but yeah. So there we go. Now we just have like this thing, that thing. So inside the learn, we have the like this thing. All right, this should be called cast overview. No, not this, not this. This thing should be called cast overview. So that this thing over here is like that. I'm not sure if we need this page at all. So this is the overview. Let's work on the front page first. Right? So what should be here? What should be here? This thing is ugly, which we're not like. I want to first update just like the text, not the ugliness of the things, I guess. Let's start, I guess, sure. Let's start with this code that we have here. Let's start with the code that we have here. Is this an actual tab? Why do we have an actual tab thing here instead of spaces? So that's like index, HTML. What do I want here? Oh, this example, markdown save, load data, static examples, hello MD. This is like MD files, I see. Static. Examples, hello MD. RS. Fine. All right, but the important syntax changes that we had is that we call the functions like this. Now, Fibonacci. Sure, let's have Fibonacci. I'm going to remove the spaces here. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe having like all these things here would make sense. I mean, I would write this with the parentheses like that. They're not really needed, but actually, are they not needed? Isn't the plus operator... was this even correct code even before today? Like in a long time ago when we created this? Was this even the correct code? Because isn't the plus operator has less... priority than the if? I'm not actually sure. I always put the parentheses there. I don't know my own syntax. Boom, 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 boom. If has 7.5. No, actually it would work. Yeah, it has higher priority. I guess makes sense. Can I process the file using a binary though in Zola? Maybe we can just do that. Hold on. Can I process a file using a binary in Zola? It refuses to execute external programs. Well, I mean, yeah, we can just introduce it in the script or something if we wanted. Like if we want to have syntax highlighting, right? If we want to have syntax highlighting, don't we just like let's make this to be cast code, right? I guess it means that this flake is going to actually load the cast. Syntax highlighting would be nice. Yeah, you made the highlighter a long time ago, right? It was you who made it, right? Yeah, well, maybe we can use it actually. So let's have Kast installed here. It will fail so mad because I made it. Did I never try it? I mean, isn't it sharing code with the existing highlighter already? So it should work fine. Wait, where's my cast? Where's my cast? Is it not installing it? Is that the issue? Because like I always was wrapping it into the systemd run so that I don't run out of RAM. Because it is leaking memory. Now it is actually there. Packages is input and next packages. I mean, yeah, I'm importing input and next packages. Yeah. No, it works. I guess like it's just like my package was created incorrectly because even although I have the binary in the bin folder, that's not enough for this to be put into the path. I need to do something else. In Nix to make this to be usable, right? Let's get rid of the RL wrap here. You can do with packages cast. With packages just brings the packages into the scope. The cast is defined over here outside. It's fine. Let's see, cast highlight. Cast highlight. HTML. Static examples Fibonacci. This does not need to be there. Let's also make sure that we actually let's do the workspace KS file here. So we actually do static examples star KS. Like I want to have the syntax highlighting here, right? Fib. This doesn't work because it's recursive. By the way, right now, so this is not even the correct thing. We need to make this a module. Then it will work, I guess. Yeah. Let's do something like this. Okay, so can I do this syntax highlighting now? Well, there is something for sure. There is something for sure. And then we have classes. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Let's do a just file. Let's do a just file. It means that, like, yesterday I had Kast LSP running for hours and it wasn't leaking. Wait, what? How did you manage to do that? It's always leaking, is it not? Unless you had it running and like you didn't write code. Because I think otherwise it just always leaks. Let's see. I already have just installed here. Serve. Boom, boom, boom. Da-dum, da-dum. I think I want something similar. Here's the game example, right? We can also watch this automatically, kind of. Right, I notify a wait in a folder. It's okay. You know what? We are just going to do it like once for now. That's okay, right? We're just going to do solo serve, but we are going to do before that. Before that, we are going to say cast highlight HTML static examples. We want all of the files there basically, right, to be parsed into the thing, enlightening me in the propaganda we are generating. I did not start on the propaganda yet. Like I'm trying to update the website, so I'm going to like write about the language. Why is it good? Why should you use it instead of like? Well, I mean, you shouldn't use it yet, but you know, we are preparing the propaganda for when the language is going to be ready. You know. Because coming up with propaganda is not that easy, you know? It takes time, so we will need to like revise the words that we're using so that... Why did KuviBot just join the chat? Why did KuviBot just join the chat? "24 seconds ago. Did it crash? Did it crash? Why did it decide to restart? Is Kast widely documented and good for agents? I was I didn't try much, but I think the AI can figure out the new languages pretty easy. It's not well documented right now, no. Split once, separator not found. When penguin operator said just file. Wait, hold on. Penguin operator, say just file again. All right, I will say it myself. Just file. Is it going to crash the bot again? It didn't crash, no. I guess there is like... Wait, hold on. What is the message after the just file? Oh, this is Lang. You're whipping up. Right? Wait, hold on. What? No. That's not the one. Oh, enlighten me, and then didn't I show you earlier? Oh, wait, hold on. Is this when someone replied to somebody else's thing? Hold on. Is that crashing the bot? I need to do the follow mode. No, that's not it. Wait, what's the problem then? So the bot crashed after the just file, and after just file there was Dev Ninja's message, which was a reply to enlighten me in the propaganda we are generating. Oh, you have a thinking there. Oh, wait, hold on. You have a like a better TTV emoji there. Thinking. Oh. Wait, this one over here, right? This is thinking. Wait, hold on. We have... Is this Alacrity showing this as a thing? Oh, wait, no, it's not. Wait, what? Is this an actual emoji that you used there in your code? Oh, wait, it's an actual emoji. Wait, but it actually worked first? But when Dev Ninja replies to this message, it broke the bot? Hold on, what's happening? Actual emoji? Yes, there you go. Dev Ninja has crashed my bot again. But so it works when the message itself is there, but it doesn't work when the thing. Okay, so the bot is written in my own language, right? That's okay. That's actually good that we cached it. Let's maybe fix the bot real quick. Then how about that? Kuvi bot. Let's try to do this directly here. Let's try to do Kast source main, right? Like this. Actually, before I do that, want to crash the bot. One simple step, just add a thinking emoji to the chat message. Hold on a second. We want to like debug print here. Like, what is the message that I was trying to do, right? How do I do that? Can you guys stop crashing the bot before, like, we want to crash it, like, for testing purposes? I think it's over here, right? Let's just dbg print message. Message. Let's see what's in that message, I guess. Login authentication failed. Bash refresh sh. All right, let's see what's happening here. Let's crash the bot. Someone crash the bot real quick. Kuvi bot action joins the chat. That one worked. Wait, it's not crashed yet. Wait a second. It's only crashing in the JavaScript runtime. The interpreter works. Oh, the interpreter works, but the JavaScript doesn't. If I do like target JS. Path argument must be of type string. Oh wait, maybe it's like because before I didn't like update the cast, because I think I fixed some issues actually. JavaScript is broken. Yeah, I think I was breaking the language a little bit. Like when I did the syntax changes, I did something else, and like, you know. Let's see now. Let's see now. No, this still is breaking. Okay, so here's the message, right? Here's the thing. And it says split once, a separator not found. If I do this through the not JavaScript or through the interpreter, then it works. Wait, I replied to the different message though, right? Yeah, there's some difference. Are the spans JS and not KS? Which spans? What's a span? In the exception. I think this doesn't like. Let's open the language itself too. Oh no. First line, right? Enable source maps is what I want. To have like the cast, right? Target JS, enable source maps. I think there's an issue with my argument parser. It like, if you do it wrong, like, there's something wrong here. Enable source maps. There's like after. Hold on a second. We need to do this after. And to like figure out why this is hanging. This is annoying. There we go. Alright, let's crash it again. Well, I don't know what it's not broken the current implementation. This over here. So this is panic. Panic split one separator is not found. Line 69. Nice. So this line over here is breaking. Parse tags. Right, so I'm trying to parse the tags. I'm splitting this string over the semicolons. When I'm parsing the tags. And tags is And tags is everything like so we are trying to basically find the space, right? We are trying to find the space. So this is the message, right? So Twitch has an extension over the IRC protocol where it has the tags. So the tags is everything from the @ symbol after like the next space, which is actually over here, right? So, but I'm guessing what is happening is that this emoji, it has the space character code inside. Is that right? Is that right? Can I just copy this? And go back to the language. I actually have this as a test. Which is not automated, of course, which we should automate. So here's like Twitch IRC parsing, right? Here is an example of a message, and I'm just going to put this message instead. That was crashing this thing. So we just do cast test Twitch IRC parse, right? So this is the message. It is successfully parsed through the interpreter, but then if we say target.js, it's actually going to say octal escape sequences are not allowed in script mode. Wait, what? Oh, yes. It's because like, and that's just because of this way. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Hold on a second. No. We are going to, yeah, it's because like I'm transpiling to JavaScript incorrectly the emoji, right? Can I like I need to do a custom thing. Oh my god, everything is broken. I wanted to update the website. All right, you know what? We're just going to remember this because this is now I have a test, okay, for that. And there we go. Thank you very much, chat, for crashing my bot. We are going to ignore it now. Why is there five things changed here? Oh yeah, because like I actually I updated the syntax, right? So I was updating this code and I never committed. Yeah. Update cast. That's good. We didn't give out F#, by the way. Hello, graphic. Invoice to the same address as usual. F# sounds like a nicer. I mean, I don't know. I never tried F#, right? In theory, though, I think that I should have written my language in F# instead of OCaml, because F# supposedly should have a better tooling because it's part of the .NET ecosystem, and like Microsoft are supposedly should make the tooling better than in the OCaml world. Otherwise, as a language, it is basically the same as OCaml, I think, almost. Yeah. I don't know. There are probably some details that I would need to look more into the language to tell you. Please merge. Oh my god, you are trying to make me not work on the thing that I want to work on. Okay. Fine. Pull requests. You added documentation into my code base? Ew. All right. Fine. I really hated how much I had to do to get up and going with a camel. Just put the compiler binary in the system. I mean, I guess maybe, I don't know. I use Nix, which is also not the way that like that you're supposed to use a camel through the opam. I don't use opam directly. All right, we were trying to like syntax highlight the stuff, right? Syntax highlight the stuff. So we do cast highlight HTML Fibonacci. So we have something in our just file here. So I want to say for. Okay, how to write bash? How to write bash? I need to like process all of the cast files in the folder, right? How to bash? I need to run command for every file in a folder, like cast highlight folder file ks folder 2 highlighted HTML. Dune big dog shit. I know who invented, but I wanna hug them for so long. What's the issue with Dune? I don't see an issue with Dune. Dune is okay. Dune is like a make file, basically. Pronounced mise en plans. Polyglot tool version manager. It replaces tools like nvm, pnv, rbnv, etc. Eval mise activate zesh. Mise toml tools node 22 python 3 ruby latest. It's also compatible with ASDF tool version files. What is ASDF? Is this just random characters printed into the documentation here? That's another version manager. Okay. Let's see here. For av in static examples, star ks do base is base name f dot ks. Kast highlight HTML F. Okay, so where do we put this? Like, let's put this static examples. Let's just do base HTML there. Sure. The same thing. Just highlight. All right, there we go. There we go. So we have something. Wait, you embed this tile here too. I thought I would. I thought that this would not be here, and we would like style it once. If we have like multiple things like this. I mean, what happens if you have multiple style blocks with the same like things inside? Is that okay? Let's just try including it. So I just include. Can I just include a file from the static? Like, yeah, I just don't do like markdown save. Let's just do Fibonacci only. We just load the HTML one. Fibonacci. Okay, so this is actually highlighted, right? It actually is highlighted. It actually is highlighted. Can we like get rid of, like, I need to fix the styling though, right? What's a Zola? I thought Kast had native sockets, just serve the files directly. Yeah, we should like make a static website, static site generator in Kast too at some point, right? It's not that difficult, right? Right? And like allow, instead of this Terra template, just like inline some Kast code here. You know, inside of the HTML or whatever. It said Kast not found. Wait, who said? Oh, warning, highlight language Kast not. No, that's okay. That's okay. That's like for the Kast code inside of the of my markdown, right? This one doesn't say that it's inside of the markdown, but that's the that's because we don't have the definitions how to highlight the syntax when it appears in the markdown. Yeah, right. But for the examples, we can just do this external thing. Yeah. Otherwise, we actually need to generate the things. Did you want to do that, or did you not want to do that for the tree seater or whatever? The this issue, right, where we should generate the grammar files, tree seater, textmate, and I guess like for Zola. Oh, someone else. I don't know what grammar files the Zola uses to syntax highlight. But yeah. Otherwise, well, I mean, I can always just like include the file, I guess. Right? But it means that the code is not going to be written inside of the of this thing, right? So like I want to have the cast code written here directly inside of my markdown file, next to all of the other text. For that to work, we need either a different website generator that allows us to highlight using a binary, or are there really people out there who promote their GTVCS extensions on tree-sitter VSC grammar issues? I don't remember what this is about. I really don't like the current template. Which template? You mean like for the website? Or for like, or what do you mean? Look at this beautiful website, Gleam. Run this code snippet. We need to do this too. Yeah. Is this like, oh, this is everything. Everything is in a single page. Yeah, I mean, that's why, like, part of the reason why I did get rid of the theme, so that we can start modifying it. But I need to update the text first. And before that, let's finish the syntax highlighting. So I want... I want to ignore the HTML files from there, right? But what I want is to style this once over here. So that's just part of our current highlighter, right? Highlight CLI over here. So we have output HTML. And the cast highlighter. Initialize, right? So there you go. We have this style here. Boom, 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 boom. Can I just like... Oh, you have like 2 double new lines. That's what you said, right? That I should just detect the... I mean, I can just detect the closing style and like get rid of it, like in the post-processing state in my just files, right? Okay, let's... I guess that's the job for ChatGPT. Bash remove head of a file until and including style. There we go, SED. Right? So we just move... I mean, we just do the SED here. We put this through the pipe, and then we do to the file, right? Do I need a backslash here or not? There we go. This is working now. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Hold on, but before I do this, I want to copy it. I want to do it once. And not anymore, right? Because I want this style. So we can do it in the SAS, right? We can see something. Let's just put this here directly. Sure. Okay. So this means that the Fibonacci is still highlighted and we can get rid of that, right? So you have the background. I think that the background, there's a BG black, a pre-BG black. Like, maybe like these things are not even needed like at all. Right? Because we already have this background, which is colored somehow. So we can like we just set the background color there. The other is probably fine. Okay. Let's see now. Examples. Static examples. So let's move to hello. So this is going to be hello KS now, and we're just going to print like this. And exceptions. Let's see what this code was about too. This one going to be exceptions KS. So we don't have functions. We just say x is int. Print try. I guess we do something like okay is string dot error is int 32. We don't have this implemented yet, but I guess we would have like a try. So try is going to... Try cannot actually be just a function, I guess. I'm not sure what the syntax, like maybe we should get rid of this example. What should it be here instead? Hello is okay. Fibonacci is okay, right? But what else would we want? Is there maybe something useful? I mean, guess a number is the useful one, I guess. That's probably the most useful one. The pretty big one. Okay. So this is going to be a guess. Yes, HTML. We're going to mark down hello HTML. All right. Let's see. So this is now highlighted differently. Ideally, I have a ligature too, but I guess whatever. This code is now pretty big. I am, though, zoomed in. That can be changed. But we kind of have syntax highlighting. Not all, right? Just on the front page, like these examples. Already good enough. Better than nothing. Highlight examples on main. Okay. I don't want to stream too much longer, so I feel like maybe I just update the the code then, and I'm not going to write anything too much of the new text. Well, the front page is now empty. Hold on. I kind of wanted to maybe add some things to the front page though, where, like, for example, do you think it's a good idea to include like the code that is already like written in Kast? There's not a lot of code, but if you want to look in the programs written in Kast, then we can give you the Advent of Code solutions, the chat bot, the Twitch chat bot, and the game, right? And then later, when we build more things, we just like, so we have like a section, you know, like build with Kast or something. Something like this. What else do we want on the front page? Over here. Well, I mean, we want to briefly say that this overview needs to go from there. I have like an actual 1, 2, 3. I need a counter for how many PC crashes Kast was responsible. For Devninke. Look at Fibo example. Some parts are italic. This part is italic. That's supposed to be italic because that's a number. Like I was highlighting my number literals as italics. It's included as HTML. Escaping is not needed here. Right? What's the issue? Bum 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 bum. Echo 1.1 syntax file HTML. Let's try. Oh, you like the greater than sign? Yeah. But the greater than actually works, I guess. Wait, actually, like, how is it works? How is it working here? It would go really wrong. I mean, it could, but it still is parsed properly, I guess, here. This specific HTML that was generated. Because there's no matching equal sign, right? Well, I mean, are you not doing a separate span for every token? So is there even a way? Is there even a way to construct the thing that would not? I mean, it should be escaped for sure. Yeah. All right. Well, now after like 3 hours of doing anything but the thing that I wanted to do, now it's too late. Now it's too late. So do we delay the propaganda writing, the actual writing until next time? Like I just wanted to basically briefly say something like current state of the language, right? That it's not like really like thing. And you also fixed the bug in the Twitch bot. Wait, no, I didn't. I didn't though. I did not. I literally did nothing today. Just stared at the screen for 2 hours. Please don't forget to add Kast money to build with Kast. Do you think it should be there? I mean, I'm not sure if this should be here either, but but yeah. Just going to say like something like not usable yet, so like it's like there, you know. A lot of things are missing, like a non-leaking LSP. Yeah, among things. All right. Now coming up with the actual words is the most difficult part here. This is where we can spend hours and days. Hire a content writer. Who? Nigel? I'm just like thinking what should even go here, right? So previously there was just the overview there. Now this has a dedicated page which should be updated to like the thing. So what should be on this thing, or should there even be anything? Maybe there should be nothing here. Wait, this button is not working. Cannot access property of scroll into view. Document get element by ID is null. Features. That's why it was there. I see. Is the stream audio bugging? It might be bugging sometimes, but it usually fixes itself if it does. Hey, Coffee Lava coming with a read. As I was thinking about ending the stream, but maybe I will not for another minute. All right, now you can't. All right, how are you guys doing? How's Coffee Lava doing? How's Jai? How's Jai? Is Jai a good language? I was watching the I don't usually like follow John Blow like at all. Right? I only learned about Jai like less than a year ago after I started making my language. But I think like Jai and Kast, they're like pretty similar, I would say. They're very different, but they're very similar at the same time. As far as I understand, I didn't touch the language much, but Jai good, Vulcan bad is what I gather. All right, yeah. Why is Coffee Lava? Coffee Lava? Is there a reason why you're not using OpenGL? Do you just like suffering or something? It cannot be a good language when it offers implicit type conversions. What? Jai does implicit type conversions. He's addicted to compute shaders. OpenGL compute. OpenGL in compute shaders in OpenGL 4.3 for idiots. There's this thing. So I don't know. Do you really need Vulkan for that? I like to learn new stuff. Makes sense. I should learn Vulkan myself. Although I was, if I was to like learn the graphic thing, I would learn the WGPU, the web GPU stuff, or SDL is another thing that I was considering. Not Vulkan. Vulkan is too like Vulkan is not the cross-platform option, I guess. You don't understand. We just need to specifically insert barriers between command buffers. How else we're going to make video game? Right. Sure. Maximum performance is required. Right? Maximum performance. Everywhere. Alright, by the way, if anyone is interested, I am making my own programming language, right? And yeah, I was trying to update my website here. But then we got distracted by some other things. You don't remember the sorting video I sent over? No, I don't know. My memory is bad. My brain isn't working. You see, I should be ending the stream. I'm just selecting the code. That's all that I'm doing instead of doing the work, you know? All right. I'm not sure what should be here, like I said. I'm not sure if this should be here. If anyone is interested in looking at the actual source code, though, it's probably good to give them the examples of actually like code that I'm trying to keep working, right? Which is these three things at the moment. It's going to go out of out of date, and this code is going to stop being maintained, right? So maybe I should not put it here for that reason. OpenGL is nice, but then you share their executable with someone else and it doesn't work for them, or at least there is a big change of that happening if you develop on NVIDIA. Really? Is that true? Is that not true about Vulkan? Is Vulkan more like better in that sense for some reason? I mean, because there is less because OpenGL is more high level, there is more code that goes into the driver, so the different drivers implement the thing differently and stuff, right? There is not much flexibility in the Vulkan. When you write a Vulkan driver for some reason, because it's more low level and stuff. Maybe. I experienced 2 days ago, bought new PC with AMD GPU and some things didn't work with OpenGL. I have seen that for sure. Usually when I have seen that, that was because of the shaders. As far as I understand, well, I mean, so if you do if you do Vulkan, then you just do the Spear V, I guess, instead of GLSL. But GLSL is another option in Vulkan, which can lead to the same issues, I guess. You experienced it as well. Yeah, there's like a reason why when I'm making a game, I'm using really old OpenGL and only like a small subset of it for the reason that like of the portability, but it is kind of implicit, yeah, and stuff. Reason was my fault. I was not uploading buffer data properly, but Nvidia suddenly fixed it for me, I guess. AMD is stricter. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that also. You should also try, I mean, if you can, you cannot, you don't always can do that, but like, like I am making my game, right, with OpenGL, but it also works on WebGL. If you try to use the WebGL, then the browser can also like give you some hints about the fact that you're using OpenGL wrong, I guess. You're using GL46 plus DSA, yeah. Yeah, but I'm using the old OpenGL. I'm not using any of the new fancy things. What is DSA? OpenGL? DSA. Direct State Access. Is a means of modifying OpenGL objects without having to bind them to the context. Yeah. Is that like just the extra methods? Like, like you just have the GL program uniform instead of GL uniform, right? Which changes the uniform in the program without using the program, I guess, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. WebGL even complains about float foo is one. Yes, it does. WebGL is OpenGL ES, basically. So yeah. Also, if you want your game to work, like so, on the on the phones, for example, right? Then I'm not sure if you can use all of these new OpenGL features from the modern OpenGL. So yeah. But if you're only targeting PC, then it's simpler, and you can also only target Nvidia, I guess. I don't know, maybe because that's what most people use. Is there any like statistics? How many people use the non-Nvidia GPUs? Nvidia versus AMD GPU percentage. Is there such a thing? Percentages on Steam? Wait, why is it Facebook? 50-50? Wait, really? If I want to run my game in the browser via WebAssembly, I cannot use GL 4.6, right? I'm stuck with 3.3. I don't know. The WebGL2 is based on GL on OpenGL ES 3.0, I guess, right? I don't know how this compares with the OpenGL. What's what's OpenGL PC alternative of OpenGL ES3 WebGL2? It is 3.3, right? Yeah, I guess. I myself am not even using WebGL 2. I'm using WebGL 1. Which is even older. Boom, 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 boom. All right. I was going to like actually to like write something, but I don't know if I can make myself write something today. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Let's just. I mean, I can just update some of this existing code. Because this is just like having the out of date syntax. I don't use some of this syntax anymore. So let's update this to the new one. Right? We try to declare a function, find predicate on the list. I don't even have lists right now, actually. Hold on. How do I even convert this? I still did not add lists to the language because they're not really needed, I guess. Let's see, one of the things that is changed is that I think throws can stay here. Const find. I remember getting error about that on desktop. I guess that was when I was using AMD. So you guys all make games, right? You guys all successful game developers? I think this probably will be the index for the lists. Negative successful. Personally, no, I do graphics for fun in hopes that one day I will release something. Enjoy the process for now. Do game jams count? Jam games count? Yeah, I think they do. I think they do. I have done a lot of game jams myself. My plan with my programming language is that I will start using it for game jams soon. Right? I already made a game. If you guys have not seen that one, here's the game. Oh wait, this is a link to the source code. I probably should like have an easy way to play the game too. I think if I can make this, it means that I am ready to participate in game jams, right? With the language. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, that's just like a simple example game. I only I only barely can make that with all the features that I have in the languages so far. But yeah, that's better than most game jams already. Most gem games already. Are you going to do any game jams, TCAF? There's Big Mode game jam which is happening soon. Big Mode game jam 2026 starts in 2 days. This is by the Big Mode guys. You guys know Big Mode, right? You don't really like long jams more than 3 days. That's too long of a time frame. But you don't have to work every day, right? You don't have to work every day. Look, someone made Factorio for the Big Mode 25. Let's see, can you make this game in just 3 days instead of... I mean, if you put your mind to it, I'm sure this is doable in 3 days. Right? You also made Factorio, what about for Last Lunum there? Nice, nice. I did not participate in the Last Lunum there. I have not been participating in game jams for a long time now. Because I was trying actually to work on my game on the Linksider, but then instead of doing that, we're working on a programming language. Break his game jam in a month, which is somewhat big. Isn't big? I don't know how many people participate in the Big Mode one. I mean, there was a 1,500 people joined, right? Break is probably like bigger, sure. Where's the featured thing? There was a featured thing here, no? Did they get rid of it? Am I blind? Featured gems. No gems found. Wait, really? They deleted all the gems from itch.io that were featured? Like the break his gem? It's there? It's not there for me. It says no gems found. I mean, I guess it's maybe like... Bad Ideas Game Jam 2026. Wait, I don't see anything. Maybe there is no Breakage Gem? Breakage 15? Yeah, like, isn't it usually featured on that page? In 19 days. It should be there for sure. Maybe it's glitched or something? I never participated in the Breaks Gem, but I know that it's big. Collectorio. Ludum there 58. Theme Collector. I was doing more important things like playing Dota, so I didn't have time to polish as much as I would like to. Dota, really? Of course, there's the leaderboard. Oh my god, oh my god. Plus 20% player movement speed. Collector, Mark 1. $26 seconds. Raw energy. 50-50. I can expand into the other things if I have more. I have 69. What is this? Raw energy? Pure energy. Build a processor. How do I build a processor? Cost 20. Out of reach. Not enough pure energy. Oh no, I lost the game already. Hold on. I think I lost the game already, right? I used all of my pure energy and I cannot do any more. Is that right? Free cell with right click. And this is converting that stuff into that stuff. I see. So in order to do the speedrun, you actually use this thing, right? So now, for now, while I have the money, we are just going to do a bunch of processors to do the pure energy quickly. And then we run out. This factory but better. Yeah, basically. So yeah, I'm limited by the miners now. This could be improved. This could be improved. But okay. But okay. Hold on, we're rich. We are rich. Out of reach. Not what I meant, but yeah. That too. Oh, you implement the Q button? I'm literally playing it as Factorio. All right, where's the bugs? Where's the biters? Oh, there's more. Click, 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 click. All right, what's this? Diamonds? Wait, what's the other thing? Researcher. Research. Do I need to do something? Open the menu to start a research. Oh, and this is the research. May movement speed, tile reach, unlocks pure collector Mark 1. Now to wait. And more researchers. Research faster. When placing machines, hold shift to place in a rectangle pattern. Oh. You didn't play too much of Dota, it seems. I think that actually is a lie. Did you make these 3D models to yourself in those 20 hours? Oh, super cool. Oh, you didn't make the game solo? I thought you always do solo. Collector speed, collector speed, collector speed, collector speed, collector speed. It's always cost 1,000. Like... Oh wait, now it's like very long one. But the previous ones were really quick. What? But now it's a very long one? Weird. I think... was this a bug? Did I just have like 10 upgrades here? For free? Or is it like only changed the cost after the 10 upgrades? Pure collector. Just creates the things which are already pure. Very slowly. But it's better to do the collectors plus the processors. Maybe. I don't know. Depends on the speed here. Research to unlock. Research what to unlock. They just spam you just pausing and pausing? Oh, I see. Is the map infinite? Not infinite? Oh, found it. The edge of the world. What do I put here? What is this? Research. Collector Mark II. I guess, maybe? Processor Mark II. Place on Warm to collect a lot of raw energy. What is Warm? Any more processor? Processor Mark II. Can I do Processor Mark III immediately? And Collector Mark III immediately? Let's do Processor first. Oh wait, this one is really long. What? And more researchers first. Right, I guess we will use this first. How long is this game? There's 3 tiers of everything. Makes sense. Why would I even use the pure collector? Is there a reason? Okay, now we go for the researchers. Oh, tier 2 must be built on this thing. It's not just a better one, it's just for the different ore. The worm? What does the worm even mean? What's the lore? Who am I playing as? Is there a reason for me to keep doing the tier 1s? This one is 10 times the cost, but only 5 times faster. It's literally worse. Let's keep doing this one. Oh, processor Mark III is here. Collector speed. Collector Mark III, I guess, right? That's what I want. Pure collector. No, we don't do that. Now I need more money. Yeah, also like this pure energy is used for the research, right? So, yeah. I mean, more ores. Pretty sure the tier 1 is the faster way to make money. Oh wait, or is it because I guess I have a lot of money right now because I do not use I'm not doing the research, right? That's why this is it. You are the collector. Cost 200 billion. Okay, this is the end of the game. What are these other things then? Remember the shift technology? I was using it, I think, right? All the time. I guess I can use it also to build these things. Way worse time-wise. Well, now, like, when I'm out of money and I'm just waiting for the money to be generated, right? Well, I mean, I guess I pause the research and then I have all the money in the world is the idea, right? To actually build these things. The tier 2s. So we pause, and then we start mining everything we see. And then we're going to unpause and start researching. Once I have made the money. Let's see. Can I do the research real quick? Actually, like, I guess the first research that I should do is the Researcher Mark II, just so that it's faster. Or should I do Researcher Mark III too? Sure, let's do the Mark III here. Can I delete? The shift right click is opening the context menu. You can fix that, I'm pretty sure, when you're making games. Wait, what's happening right now? I'm not holding the right click, but it's deleting everything. The game is bugged officially. Actually, in the processors now. I think shift right click, it's called like context menu. Which is like the JavaScript event that you need to prevent the default or something. Okay, is this enough money? This is slow. We just need more researchers. And now I need more money. No. Pause. It's almost 20 minutes already. And I still didn't beat the game. Is there a shortcut for this? To select what's been built? I feel like I need to switch because the different ores require different mining drills. Unless the idea is that we only use the tier 3 here at this point. I mean, it is 25 times faster, so yeah. Definitely no reason for the tier 1. I did increase my reach a little bit. It's not like... Maybe I could do even more. I feel like it's enough though, what I have. Oh wait, this is like the maximum now already. I can also research all these cheap technologies, right? So now we have the only technology that is left. And... Easy game. 21 minutes and 8. The timer doesn't stop. Goofy man. Wait, what? I did not tell you my name? How did you even get my name? Oh, it's on itch? Wait, hold on. How do you get your itch name? Hackerman? I'm pretty sure that I was like looking into... I mean, maybe you can do that. Like, I thought I was looking into that the other... like, at some point, and... It's not itch. It's from the previous time you played one of my games. It's in your storage somewhere. In the local storage, but isn't the local storage different for this game because it's supposed to be different? Oh wait, the local storage is the same because it's for the domain, right? For the packed itch.io. So it's still saved. I see. I see. Right, yeah, nice. Team is plugged to the Twitch TV here inside of your game. You didn't even make it clickable. Why is this not clickable? Twitch TV /tcap. All right. Let me do a little bit here. So there is a little bit of imaginary syntax here, but that's fine. Result, we use the generics with square brackets. The types are capitalized. All right, this is kind of imaginary still. Vertex shader. Transpile to GLSL. I'm wondering when I'm going to do this. Transpile to GLSL is not doable yet. But I'm wondering how difficult would that be, right? I'm already transpiling to JavaScript. GLSL surely is not much more difficult, right? It didn't take long time for Coffee Lava to do transpiling to... Oh wait, what did Coffee Lava transpile the shaders to? Was it also GLSL? Or like something else? I think it was GLSL, right? GLSL, yeah. Like my language is supposed to give you some similar things to Jai, where you should be able to write your own transpiler too, as a compile time function, which inspects other compiled code in the same like program potentially. Yeah. I'm not exposing all the APIs yet though, so for doing this inside of the language. So right now my transpiler is written in like the host language instead of the language itself to JavaScript, but that's how it's supposed to work. Just transpile to Jai and then use Coffee Llama's Jai to GLSL, yeah. I don't have access to the Jai compiler though. Is any of the Jai code actually open source? When you get the beta of the Jai, are you allowed to like share your code publicly? With like, I mean, I guess why not? Boom, boom, boom. You can just you just cannot redistribute the compiler itself, right? Let arena be rec. I should probably like figure this out, by the way. So right now I have the syntax, which is called like module, which basically makes every variable to be a part of like the structure, and also is making this recursive. So that's how it's written right now, but maybe module here would make sense. In this specific case, we just want to generate the recursive. So should the rec be the other syntax? I don't know. Let's just use the word module here for now. Like from what I understand, the Jai is working in very similar way to Kast, but I only know very small amount from what I have heard. Jai compiler open accessible when? So I understand 2026. The game that John Blow is releasing is going to be released this year, and then a couple months after that, he's going to open source the game engine and the language. That's my understanding of the current plans of John Blow. Let option. This should be like const option, and this is going to be like this syntax. We don't have the for all anymore. We just say t, some t or none. We just do this currently. Do I require parentheses actually there or not? Let's try here, const. Let's just copy paste that code into the actual thing. No, it doesn't. So I need the parentheses here currently. Actually, no, hold on. I actually need like the type here, right? And yeah, so yeah, this should be like that then. And it's like new type actually. Let's just do it like this then. That's how I'm actually formatting it. Kast more than Jai. Well, at the right now, Jai is for sure better than Kast, right? because it has been because it actually works. A lot of the things work right now, and its LSP is not leaking. Well, wait, hold on. I think Jai does not have the LSP at all, right? Probably. But that's not what matters. What matters is actually working in Jai, and a lot of the things just don't work in Kast yet. I don't even have a native compiler yet at all. How can this be better than Kast? All fields in the JSON that have no corresponding, but you can pass ignore unknown false. JSON parse string, content string. If not content, then return false. Wait, Jai also has the then keyword? That's interesting. I thought like people normally dislike that, where you could just use a curly bracket here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember. That's what you were talking about, right? That's the Tsoding. When Tsoding was doing Jai, the exclamation mark. You just, I think this is okay. Like I said before, I think this is okay. It just means that the exclamation mark does not mean the negation. It just has a different meaning. You think that exclamation mark is negation, but it's not. It's a thing with a specific semantics, which is like whatever the semantics are, right? It's not a not. Then why return false? Because it returns success bool and t. Success is false. Like this returns a tuple of two things, right? So the first thing is false and the second thing is a result. But I guess in this case, the result is undefined. Okay, well, I mean, in this specific case, I do think... So this is basically the Go-like error handling, right? Instead of Rust-like error handling, where you would return the result type, which is either a success or a value, right? So in this case, you actually return the value, even although this value has no meaning. This is like I don't know if this is actually uninitialized data, but I'm guessing that it is probably, right? Just like in C, you define the variable and you don't initialize it. Here, it is clear to 0 by default. Yeah, but but why is John Blow doing this? I don't know. I feel like this is weird. That's because like it's closer to like whatever he's used to, I think. And that's all. Does the Jai not have the tagged union, some types, whatever? Because I feel like it's weird. Like, because you can basically accidentally... Well, I mean, I guess, like, when I say that you can do things accidentally, right? Jai doesn't give you the guardrails. You're supposed to be a good programmer with a lot of experience, right? Like John Blow himself. And then you will never write a bug, and you don't need the compiler to check for the bugs that you're making or something, right? If you want uninitialized, you do result colon t is dash dash dash. Weird syntax. I mean, yeah. A little bit weird, but okay. The weird syntax in Jai is, from what I heard, that they changed the syntax recently for the reference operator, and then the reference operator was literally the the double less than. So you have like double less than pointer, and this is the reference in the pointer. Is that correct? And then they changed it to the Zig style, where you do the pointer dot star now. How did they come up with this syntax? That is interesting. But I might be wrong. But I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's not, because you don't have access. You watched John Blow talks. Yeah, I just watched the John Blow talk from like 1 day ago. There was another interview with someone, and that's where he was showing that that they changed the syntax recently. Like, yeah. That one is weird. All right, let me just update some more code real quick. This one is updated. This is updated. This over here. This is not. RHS. LHS. RHS. A rack at this. This over here doesn't have the syntax yet. But I guess maybe we can just say this for now. That's okay. Output is type. Add is left hand side, right hand side into this output. Sure. We need the dots here too. Implement int as add. Was it Wukash? Maybe. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's what I watched.
Yeah, it's about combining these worlds together, and
Let me see if I can find it.
All right, so that compiled. This was again one of the core ideas about how we could use metaprogramming. Command note procedure down here and strings and whatever, and so you don't worry about we generate this. We pass those arguments. Wait, no, okay. So I'm skipping over something. So
also, as far as I understand, this is how the macro system work in Jai, where you literally just print code as string instead of actually constructing the ASD. Unless this is something else, I'm not sure.
The binding for this add command, I hope it's not in a different file.
From the meta
Power when I was in college.
make that generates the
Commands to read, all that good stuff. Like just imagine.
Wait, what? Yeah, yes. This thing. Where I just click.
It's been type checked is.
Where did I just click?
Program with another program. You can obviously do that by rewriting the program text, but that's dangerous because
I saw it on the screen.
There's this.
All right. Anyway, it's here. It's here. Just believe. They had this weird syntax for the referencing. Not that my syntax is not weird, but yeah. You do macros the same way you do functions. You just say expand. Okay, so maybe that was not the macro then in that video. So expand before the function body. So like basically expand into this code, right? And then you probably have a way to like substitute the variables, which basically means that it's probably similar to my macros, right? Here's my macro, right? So you say that you have a macro, you have some arguments, and then you just expand. I just have a backtick for that. Extend instead of saying expand. And this is the code that you're generating. And then some of the things in this code are like the pieces that you already have in place. This over here is completely not working yet. Not sure if this should be. With arena allocator new. Yeah, also like the context system in Jai, I think is kind of similar, but maybe it's different than what I'm doing. I am also going to track the contexts that are required in the function types, which I think Jai is not doing though. Jai has a code type which you can pass to anything, I think, not only macros. Like bubble sort my array code a less than b, and somewhere inside bubble sort you'd have if insert the code variable swap. I see. I'm pretty sure you should not be able to do that anywhere, because like it means that bubble sort itself is a macro which takes the code as argument, right? Does it have to be a macro? Well, I mean, you should be able to pass it to other argument to other things, but they don't have to be macros, right? But if they are not macros, then like, well, I mean, yeah, yeah. I'm just saying that bubble sort itself in this case. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's doable too. But in that case, the bubble sort would only be callable at compile time and not at runtime, if it was not a macro. Compiler would just generate a different version of bubble sort for each call, which basically means that it's a macro, right? So it basically turns the functions into macros automatically, is what this means. Well, I mean, I guess like the templates and macros are kind of similar in that sense, where they are giving you a way to do code generation. So yeah, maybe like, yeah. What is overflowing behavior? It's like wrapping behavior, right, or something. Started the port from to C from Rust. It is a big mess. Well, your language, you're making your language in C now instead of Rust. Here's the talk. Let's see.
Doing things. And so here's a second motivation. For example, say you want to have a scoped lock that like grabs a mutex at the start of a scope, and then you might exit out of that scope in many different
Use expand to designate this as a macro rather than a procedure. Expand expands into the program text of the caller. It's a syntax tree expansion, not a text level expansion. Sure.
Places, and no matter where you exit out, it'll release the mutex, right? So
Oh, so like if this is expand, so like this variable, you don't like you don't have the thing like I do, right? So in my macros, you need to like, so you have the condition variable, but you don't see seen at this code in Jai whether this m is a variable or a variable that is going to be substituted with something else.
So here's an example. We say, hey, I'm entering this example. We open up a little scope in the middle.
Unless
here.
I'm
We say,
not
lock
understanding
this
something
mutex,
here.
Do stuff, do some more stuff, and then at the end of the scope, we'll release the mutex, right? So scope lock here is actually a macro. It looks like a regular function in every way, but it has this word expand here. That's the
Basically just defer.
up here.
Does Jai not have the RAI? Like, why do they need the defer? Is there no RAI? You have to do this thing manually?
We've got a dummy struct, just like pretend it's a mutex. It's just when we lock, we print this, and when we unlock, we print that. So,
they don't have destructors, so no RAI. Yeah. I don't know. I would say that I'm surprised. If I mean, I'm surprised that John Blow is not constantly running into the issues with like memory. But I don't know. I'm just writing code in a different way than you guys. You also don't like RAI. John does like RAI, as far as I know. Why not? Because it is implicit magic, and you want to see this thing explicitly everywhere. Not because it's implicit. There are more than one way to consume a value. Sure. Destructors cannot take parameters. They are not contextual. So I think that they can. It's just that they cannot in the languages that you're used to. So the thing that I'm doing is that we can have the special parameters, which are called context parameters, aka implicit parameters, and this is the thing that the destructor could take easily, which would make them contextual. Would that solve your issue? Is there any other thing that you are not liking? Did I solve your issue by having context arguments? But the context has to retain the necessary values for that specific type. Well, I mean, yeah, the type. I mean, as far as I remember, you are making the language with linear type system, so like, you know, there are ways to ensure things. Although, I mean, you need to have like both linear types and ways of borrowing for like other things that I want to do. There's no need to have these structures with linear types. So yeah, I agree with that. But I think that linear types are nice, but having both linear types and like types that are, I guess, are fine in this case, right? Like in Rust, where you would automatically insert the destructor if it was not used. So yeah. Linear types, they enforce the minimum. I understand, yes. I agree, like, but I think that linear, like it's nice, but at the same time, I don't think that I like the boilerplate that would lead to. So I want that to be automatic. But there are definitely ways to ensure the safety. I do want to have linear types too, but I don't want to have only linear types. And yeah, I felt like I never needed array. People always give the forgetting to close a file handle example, but I never even read files that way. I call read file foo txt bump allocator, and that function basically opens a file, mem copies it into a buffer obtained from the allocator, and closes the file. What if you cannot read the file fully? What if you want to, like? Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you never did that, that's okay, I guess. I don't know. What if you read from not a file but from a socket from the network? Then, like, what do you do then? It would have to be like disposable A, where A is linear type, and disposable would have a cleanup function contained in it. Yeah, I agree. Something like that. It is also just easy to look over at a function to see if you close the file at the end. I mean, there are advantages to having that explicit, but there are also things where you don't want to be that much explicit. I feel like, especially like since like Jai is a language made for game development, and as far as I understand, you want to be like prototyping quickly, right? You don't want to be writing. You want to be writing as little boilerplate as possible, in my opinion. So why do you want an explicit call to closing a file instead of the compiler inserting it for you? And the same problem goes with the linear types. Well, linear types just solve the safety issue. The destructors solve the boilerplate issue. Right. The double free is also solved by the affine type system, which is what Rust has. But yeah, sometimes I did wish that I had the linear types, though, for sure. But I feel like in 99% of the cases, I want the automatic drops. Well, I mean, it also, like, I think like TCAP, for example, is writing code in a way where you like don't do allocations all around, right? So yeah, like you allocate once, which is why like you don't feel the need for RAI. because you don't need to like free the memory all the time, because you don't allocate all the time, because you just use the arenas exclusively, basically, right? So it's a different style of programming, I suppose. But I feel like also that I don't know. That is the point when you'll huge allocations. I mean, I understand the point of it. It's just I'm not doing that because I don't know, maybe I'm just not used to that. I just don't want to think about these things. I usually like to think about the high level details and not about the low level details. But yeah, because of that, my LSP is leaking memory and like using gigabytes of RAM currently, and my stream can crash. Which is why I'm limiting it. So yeah, maybe I'm just writing code incorrectly or something. GCRC is there for you. Yeah. Thank you for the 10 bits. Maybe if in my code I needed to call open and close a bunch of times, I'll change my view on Rai, but that's not happened so far. In the same way, in my language, you depend on automatic memory management, so there is no need to have destructors at all. If you have a resource, it is meant to be a linear type. Otherwise, the RCGC is there for you. With arenas, you get the most out of syntax parsing. I mean, yeah, I feel like the arenas though is like it's like an implementation detail. I don't think when I want to optimize my code, I will be like I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but we'll see it when I get to these optimizations, because right now I'm really not caring at all about these things. It's working fast enough already as is. I feel like it's not an issue. I mean, I am using a garbage collected language right now to implement my language. I have been using Rust. I use like a bunch of RC's clones, a lot of small allocations all over the place. And that is not the bottleneck, right? That is not the bottleneck. I've been doing the profiling. Allocations are not the bottleneck. Even although I'm doing like I guess it's because I'm not thinking about the performance at all. Like there is a lot of other places that should be optimized first. I didn't make it way easier to work with C. Yeah, I guess it makes maybe it's because like maybe it's because of the language, right? So like some languages they just allow you to write code freely without having weird bugs, but when you work in C, unless you use this specific patterns, I guess, then you are going to start having a lot of undefined behaviors, sec faults all over the place, right? As an example, is Rai struct to wrap OpenGL entities. Yeah, I'm doing the same. I would do it the same. Although I'm also wrapping them into the reference counted pointers. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, reference counting like automatically like handles this thing for me. How do you do like so like if you want to do reference counting in your language, which is linear, Ratatorsky, you have to like explicitly free the reference count, the RC. I feel like that is very, very explicit. Not all types are linear. Well, you want to be able to share your resource, right? You are making resources linear, right? I understand that some types are free and sometimes types are linear. So, like when you create a reference counted pointer, is that so? Like you want to basically share your resource. That's not always solvable with borrowing. Borrowing can only be done like in Rust you have the borrowing, right? But you still need sometimes the reference counted because you cannot like easily satisfy the borrow checker, I guess. So you reach out for these other techniques like the RCs, the ref cells, right? Like, why do you need a mutex? Is there's a borrow checker which is already guaranteeing that only one thing can like access the thing at the time. They can never escape scope. Yes, which is why you want the reference counted thing with like shared ownership, right? So when the last thing is freed, then you free the resource itself. So how would that work in your language with linear types? Does the reference counted pointer, is a reference counted pointer a free variable or is it a linear variable? I feel like it should be a linear variable, right? It is holding a resource inside. It's just, it's not the only thing that has the resource. Borrows are free types. I'm not talking about the borrows. I'm talking about the reference counted pointers. Borrows are free types, yes. In Rust, you can copy the reference, which is, copy is the free thing. There are no pointers in the language. So which means that your language will not be able to, you will not be able to write certain types of programs in your language, which, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's okay. Like, I guess you often argue, like people try to learn, I don't know, like, I mean, Rust or like Haskell or whatever, and they realize they cannot write a doubly linked list easily, right? But like, you just don't need it, right? It's just like how, how much does it disable, I guess, if you have no pointers. Well, I mean, maybe you don't call them pointers or something. Do you know what an RC is in Rust? The reference counted pointer. Is there an alternative for that in your language? And how do you write a doubly linked list in your language? I mean, I guess you can do it inside of an arena, but that's different. You can try to linked list in Rust, yeah, lol, because the lifetimes are managed outside of the types. You simply work with immutable data types. That's another like restriction. I don't like having only immutability. Like, I understand that since you have linear types, it can be compiled to the same performant code, but it's just, I don't know. I do not believe that it can be done to write code like I mean you can write code, but like you cannot write like, I don't know, simple code, I guess. Right? Like, let's say that you have in your language with linear types, you have an array. I mean, yeah, I guess it just counts as a boilerplate, I guess, a lot of the time, right? So you have an array, and you want to update the array at index I to be equal to, like, I don't know, 5, right? You just say AI is 5 in language like C, right? And in your language, you instead say that A is so, because like you basically lose access to the original array, and you say like array is like, I don't know, is like array I is 5, right? So like you add this thing as another like duplicating, like for absolutely no reason, in my opinion. And this is like the simple example. Whatever, like this maybe is a function or whatever it looks like in your language. You can use mutable borrows. You said you have immutable data types. All right, I don't know. So now you have immutable borrows, which means that they're not immutable. All right, I guess I don't understand your mutable borrows are saved on immutable data. If you cannot mutate, then what does immutable reference even do? Nothing? Bum, 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 bum. As long the mutable borrow is valid, it is safe and okay, because free types are copied and linear types are moved. Either way, mutation is unobservable in potential aliases. I mean, I understand, like, I know Rust. So you're doing the same, but it's not, the data is not immutable then. It's a weird thing to say that the thing is immutable, because you're actually mutating. If you have mutable borrows, then the data is not immutable. So what does immutability mean? When you say immutable data, it's not really immutable because you can mutate it, because it's not observable by other aliases, sure. So it's like the fact that others don't see the mutation doesn't mean that there is no mutation, though. Because you see it when you have the mutable borrow, right? All right. Immutability is there for purity reasons. I understand, but it's not immutable. Well, I mean, your types are linear. Mutability doesn't even like like. I don't know. Maybe your semantics are different than Rust's. But mutability is not even a property of the type, right? It's a property of the place in Rust, at least. Not sure about you. So you can have a variable which is immutable, then you like move it to another thing which can be mutable now, right? Linear types are not safe to mutate. Unique types are. Yeah, sure. That's just, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. All right, anyway. I mean, we can talk more, I guess, a little bit. But I need to end. I have not been doing much progress. I did update some of the code to new syntax, basically, but other than that, I have not done anything useful today. Immutability is a pretty severe restriction for the better to many race conditions with mutable code. There is 0 race conditions in Rust, right? It's not the mutability that is allowing the thing. Well, I mean, mutability just means that you need to be more careful, or the compiler needs to be smarter to prevent the data races. Immutability is just the easy way for the language creator, I guess, to prevent data races. Mutable code prevents optimizations. Yes, but unintended side effects. Well, I mean, that's also a problem of the compiler. Is the compiler tracking the side effects or not? Right? That's why we want to have the system that is going to track the mutability also as an effect, so that the optimizations can be done, so that the mutable code does not prevent the optimizations. And yes, I'm not talking about effects as in the algebraic effect handlers either. I am talking specifically about unintentional state mutation that can be tracked too. I'm pretty sure, and the code can be optimized, just like the immutable code. I don't know. With a state effect? I don't think it's with a state effect. You like... my current thinking is that like you basically have the effect which is like you mutate the variable. So when you write code, like I think I want to have examples. I don't know, actually. Never mind. Let's just open hello world here. Like my thinking was that if you have a mutable variable x and you can have like, for example, the function, the closure, right, f, which is going to mutate the x plus equal 1. This is going to be called increase, right? You have a counter. You have a counter, right, which you can increase and you can decrease the pointer, the variable, to be like -1, right? This is already something that is not going to be compiled with Rust, right? Because this closure is capturing this mutable variable, this one is capturing this mutable variable. But instead of capturing the reference here directly, I just want instead this to be tracked as an effect and and something like this, you know, with mutate, like, or like can mutate x, basically something like this. So we have the expression, this expression specifically, we know that this one can mutate, and this is going to be tracked through the type system. Is the idea. This idea is based on the idea of a ghost cell, not ghosty, of the ghost cell, right? Which is the idea where you separate permissions from data in Rust. Well, in my case, effects and effect handlers are just types. There is no need to track anything. Yes. Yes. The thing is, though, that they are not just types. I like, once again, I want it to be as little boilerplate as possible. So having them as being just types is right. I'm pretty sure I'm doing the same thing. But that still needs to be tracked, as in, like, it should be inferred. You should not be writing this thing manually. You should still just write code inc plus equal 1, right? But if we just take this like ghost cell as the thing, then it is actually very explicit, right? Where this function actually just has an extra argument, right? The permission to mutate x, right, is the hidden argument, which is like zero-sized things, which is like the zero-sized type. So it's actually like only present at compile time, and it still is optimized away to the normal code. You don't like inferred effects? I think that if you don't infer these things, there's just like, I don't know, it's not even boilerplate. It's just it's just a mess. Your actual logic that you're writing is going to take 1% of the code. Like, it depends on how many things you track, I guess. How many effects you have. But I want to have everything there. Like, for example, this little thing, x plus equal 1, right? What is actually happening here? First, we already seen that this can mutate x, right? So this is one effect, mutation. The other mutation, the other effect is that this is like operation, which is plus, right? Plus operation on integer can result in overflow. So this thing can also overflow. This is another effect which should be tracked. Because you might want to handle it. What else? What if this is actually a big integer? Well, in this case, this also can allocate, right? If you have all of these things to not be inferred, but being like always explicitly there, then like it's just too much, in my opinion. You have to do inference, in my opinion. It's very similar to inferring the types of variables. Do you not like those either? Do you always write your types out explicitly? Immutability can be turned into mutable in the compiler. That's why Coca proves as a language. It's the whole idea. No, yeah, I'm pretty sure that immutable can be like, there is a whole concept called like functional but in place, for example. That's what Coca does actually, right? I think functional in place. A fully in place functional programming. I think this is literally about Coca, right? Yeah, it is probably. Yeah, I don't like this. I think pure mutability is better, but like I understand that this is okay, but I guess this is where like like it's a different mindset, the imperative programming versus declarative programming, I guess. And I feel like in a lot of the time, the imperative algorithm is easier to understand. Like, because there is less repetition at the very least. Right? Like, why do I need to, so yeah, I'm over here, I'm returning a list instead of just mutating it in place, which means that the list appears in this code one more time compared to, like, just having one time. This also has like the this is also using the accumulator to implement the reverse, right? Yeah, like this over here is the algorithm just to reverse a list. It is understandable, sure, but the imperative algorithm is just shorter. All right. I'm going to go. That's enough. That's enough for today. Next time I should try to actually make progress. But sometimes it's nice just to talk a little bit. Borrowing is really on there, so that linear types can be used like free types, so mutable borrowing is capability. Still intent on him is immutable as possible. All right. I'm not sure about like the optimizations. It would be nice to see the example of what can not be optimized so that I can think about it maybe. Do you have an example in mind? Not CM Griffin. You don't like him? Why not? I think he's nice. If the reference count is a not one, then FBIP becomes impossible. Yes. All right. Fine. We'll read Griffin next time when Devney is not around, I guess. Okay. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Bye.